Hello. I think everything should be working, hopefully, theoretically. Um, Honestly, I have not done this in a while. I am hoping to start again. Streaming, that is. Um, so what did I have anything important I wanted to say? Um, Not particularly. I plan to start trying to stream at like 8 in the future, my time, Pacific Standard Time. It is currently 7. I'm gonna try to stream at 8 in the future though. So we'll see how that goes. Probably not on Sundays because I have a D&D game those days. But without further ado, since no one's watching anyways, this isn't probably super important of me to say. This is fill in the air. I'm gonna start actually doing what I claimed that I plan to do, which is gonna be a nightmare. So I think how I want to start this out. I do have a lot of stuff open. I have it on my desktop, my screen on my desktop right now. Oh no. What is playing? Why playing? Stop. Please stop. Okay, sorry about that. Twitch decided to play me, but everything looks to be working. Stream title is right. I can start. Okay, so what I want to start by doing is making a new map, or I guess saving this as, since technically, well, no, I can tell it to make a new map. The Starcraft 2 editor doesn't always like to work on Linux all of the time perfectly, so we'll see how this goes, but this is fine. Really, arcade map, I think is how I want to technically do it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call this an arcade map for now. Heart of the Swarm, maybe? I don't actually own Legacy of the Void, so... Listen, Linux is just superior, you know? So, I don't know what to tell you. Technically, I shouldn't need... So, I should just be using standard functions, right? I have Firefox open over here. I don't think I want to do anything that isn't standard, but let's see what I can... What standard things I can use. Because all I really want to do is Galaxyscript, so... I don't know what is needed to just do Galaxyscript in terms of dependencies. I don't suspect a whole lot though. In fact, I suspect nothing. But at nah, I think I can add things in the future, right? So I can just hit custom and next. Will it let me do that? It let me do that. I don't plan on this map being I don't actually plan on using the map part, but I'm gonna make it big in case I do want to do something stupid with the map. I feel like trying to do like weird custom AI stuff could be fun, and I think the map could be useful for that. So there is that. It's all cool. Okay. Do I have a new map? I think so. I think the best way to test that would be to open the terrain editor, but instead I'm just going to try to save as. And I have made a folder, so pushing limits. And then I just want to save you as a components folder, right? And name you pushing underscore limits. Oh, it is so very bold of you to assume I will ever publish this, but thanks. Pushing limits, .sc2 components. it's gonna make me start a stream soon. And then here I have it open in Visual Studio Code already, the folder that it is a subfolder of. And uh, I have made a thing here. So I think to start off, I want to do new folder. Well, okay, I'll commit the fact that I'll commit the fact that I've made the map first. So make map, the kind of an initial commit vibe. There's gonna be an ad here in a second, and I'm sorry for that, but it's gonna be happening. Making map. Ad is, yeah. I'm gonna let the ad happen. Listen, I'll type in the chat while this ad is happening. I am very sorry. Twitch, it kind of makes me either do pre-rolls or let ads happen. Right? I think that Twitch Prime people also don't have to like see ads, which means like even more that I have to do content while ads are happening, even if it'll hurt the actual viewers. Or at least do a. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think that there's like a special Twitch subscription that just lets you never see ads on Twitch, right? Or am I wrong about that? Give me a second. There is Twitch Turbo, but I don't know if that's like a. I think that's just like a Twitch general monthly subscription. Okay. The ad is gonna go on for another minute and 15 seconds, apparently. So this has gotta be prepared for this. Oh no. Okay. That is a good question. Money. Money is the answer. Welcome back. Okay. So like make map in SC2 or in SC2 editor. I'm gonna be a bit verbose, a lot more verbose than I need to be. For no reason. I'm not very good with Git, honestly, so we'll see. Now, I want to start off here by making a script folder. Or maybe scripts. I'll call it scripts. And then I want to make a main. Main.galaxy. I am doing this, yes. Oh, sorry. There's gonna be a lot of like sudden brightness whenever I go to the SC2 editor, but hopefully I will not be doing that very often. So I'll give you like a flash warning here. Flash warning, gonna happen in a second. It's happening. Now, I need to make a new custom script. And I need to include script slash main. Include script slash main.galaxy. Script slash. Why? What have I done to you? I'm not doing this, by the way. Control Alt Control Shift. Maybe tapping all of those keys will make it realize that I am not, do not want the line to be deleted. Okay. Script slash main. Okay. And then I'll just tell it to run main. And I think now, initialize custom galaxy. Okay. I think this is how I do it. Or like include script. include script. We'll call it that. And then function? No, void main. I know what I am doing, I promise. The stream is gonna be great. Now, oh sorry, I should have mentioned it. I do also need to save this really quick. Why did the script? What made you fail to compile? What? What? What made you fail to compile? Oh, is it scripts main? Maybe. Okay. Did I name this folder scripts? Now will you compile? Okay. Now it'll compile. Sure. Up to you, honestly. I will accept you shamelessly advertising on my behalf, you know? Um so now um so I think that I need to display message. No. How do I Okay. This documentation is really good for Galaxyscript. It's the best. Love it, honestly. It's just delightful. Um let's see. AI, animation, behavior, bitmask, camera, catalogs, semantics, conversations, maybe? It might be in cutscene as well, though. That might be where I want to find how to display. No, not cutscene. Oh, it might be in dialogue. I don't think it's dialogue, but it might be dialogue. No, it's not dialogue. Um, blue logic, math. I am kind of curious what math functions I'm going to have. So I think I'm going to start out by doing something really stupid and trying to make my own kind of like sorta memory allocation for uh trying to make my own sort of memory allocation for all the different data types that I'm going to need. I do stupid things a lot, like a very large amount. I think it might be under UI. If there's no, it's under debug, obviously. Displaying text to the user is under debug. I think. I hope. Debug message. Listen, this is what I'm using for messages, unless I am told of a better message method. But that's listen. There's a better way, I think. UI display message. There we go. This is the function I was looking for. Okay. Um, I guess I can go back and then instead of doing that UI display, I can do this instead. So native void UI display message, player group players, and so I should only have one player. I want to see what it does if I try to run it. So it's going to be, again, I'm going to open the SC2 editor and it's going to be very bright, fair warning. Okay, hit this button. Hopefully anytime in the future when I come to this editor, it'll be very, very briefly. So will it bring me to a map? Will it will I be a player? Will I be player one? Oh, okay. Cool. Maybe I've made a mistake. I have definitely made a mistake. I should have sorry. I should have instead of so is it too late to restart? The answer is always no. So what I'm gonna do is oh wait, I can just add dependencies. I mean that won't help me with what I'm doing, but that's standard. It might help me. Liberty. Let's just add the liberty dependencies, right? I don't really want to add the campaign if I don't have to. I'll add the Liberty and Swarm, these two. I'll add these ones. And then, do I have to press OK? I do. I'm gonna press OK over here. Oh. No? So should I remove these then? I hate this remove button. Okay. Now does it work? It is doing things. Okay. So now if I press this button, then I come back over here. I don't super like that I have Starcraft in a floating window, by the way, but it is definitely the better way to have Starcraft 2 right now. Okay. So then UI display message, player group all, I think is like, hello. Oh, no. Hello. What are the, okay. This is why I have this open. Message area. This. So I have the message area. So see message area chat. I think that's why I want to display it. So see underscore message area chat. Then I want to display string to text. Hello world. We're gonna start this out with a hello world, as all good things will. I need to fix that. Give me a second, because I'm going to make it so that okay. Home game gal config, then hyperland. Yeah, and then I should be able to just go all the way down to the bottom here. This is not related to the Starcraft stuff, by the way. I just want to make it so I don't have to go back to my editor all the time. So I think I can do bind control. This is getting a lot more complicated than I wanted it to be. Web control. Can I do, is there a generic control that I can do? Just control, I think. Yeah, okay. So then control is F9. Sorry. I am so very sorry for this. This is not really related to StarCraft, but okay, it's just F9. F9 has, I think I need to do hyperctl clients, but I'm gonna do that on the other window because I don't trust it. I don't trust it to not leak something somehow, right? Hyperctl clients. And then StarCraft 2? No, not StarCraft 2. I want the editor. Uh limits, that's the dolphin window. There we go, the editor. So you are, I think that I should be able to do this. And then, now if I go over here and I press Control F9, no. Why did that not pass over there? Control F9 is the editor hotkey for that, right? Yeah. Okay. Is SC2 eating that input? No. I'm confused. Oh, okay. Let's see. Maybe se2editor.exe is not the class that I wanted. This is definitely the class that I wanted, right? I want to pass Control F9. Uh, I don't know what the problem is, honestly. Because this should be passing that over there. That Wayland. Oh, I know what the problem is. It's not global over there. I don't you're gonna have to deal with it for this stream, and if I end up doing this in the future, I will have it set up so that I can just press a key and then have it automatically redo unless anyone complains about it seriously. Because I'd really like for it to like globally take that input, but I also can't super do that immediately without I can't reasonably super easily do that right now. So we're just gonna not for now. Now I do want to. So this is gonna get kind of complicated, but I think the map script. So I think I don't need to include the map script, and if I just include key, no, document header is what I want to do for the including dependencies. Yeah, okay. I know what I'm doing. I promise I have done SC2 editor stuff before. Add swarm dependencies. Okay. Commit, and then add. So I actually want to I want to remove this hello world, right? Even though, you know, hello world was a good display that the script was working, we probably don't want it. So add custom script. Now, what what I think I want to do is memory allocation. And I think the best way to do that is make a really large array and then allocate chunks of that array. And then pray that things free that memory. Does this sound like a plan? Because it sounds like a plan to me. So how do I free though? Because fun fact, I've never done any memory allocation stuff. Believe it or not. So I can kind of get the hang of the idea of memory allocation, but what should I be passing back? Should I be passing back like an ID? Should I be passing back? Well, obviously I need to pass back pointer, not a real pointer because SC2 doesn't allow you to do pointers in Galaxyscript, but kind of the idea of a pointer, a location in the array that you have access to now, that your memory access starts. So do I just expect that they pass back that pointer in free? I should go look at the C free function. So C free. What does free take? Let's see. It takes a pointer and it deallocates the memory previously allocated with a call to malloc, right? So it's the pointer to the start of the block or the pointer to any point in the block? Because if it's just the pointer to the start of the block, I can work with that. Technically, if it's a pointer to any point in the block, it would also be really easy to do with like integer division, I think. String initial memory allocation. And I don't think I want to want to do React, honestly. I think I just want to trust that people always allocate the amount of memory that you need. Um, but there is one question. So I'll commit some script. And then there is one question. Memory.galaxy is what I'm gonna call this. And then up here, I can just be like, include memory.galaxy. No, not memory.galaxy. Script/memory. And to my knowledge, you always need to. There's no way to do a relative include, so you always need to include the full path, which is fun. I love it. I do a lot of honestly, most of the programming I do is in TypeScript, and there are some conveniences that I didn't realize that I had, you know? Okay, so I want to start with const chunk, no, um, const int chunk size. Okay, and do I want to treat the different memory types as like, should they all get their different chunk sizes and memory sizes? Because if we pop over here, oh, I didn't want the operators, I wanted the types. If we pop over here, listen, if we pop over here, um, so obviously I don't really care about any of these types right now. Like, okay, maybe I care about bool. I'll accept caring about bool. I'd like a byte array. Oh, you weren't telling me the byte size of any of these types here? Why? Please. Okay. Um, so we've got a bool and a byte, which should both be 1 byte. Um, Char. What is a char? What I don't apparently Blizzard doesn't use it anywhere. I guess I mean you could probably make strings with it. Uh, okay. Chars exist apparently. There's fixed. We don't get nice things like floating point numbers here. We get fixed. Um, yeah, yeah, that's valid, smart, cool even, I would say. Quite quite delightful. Uh, so I guess I should make a list of data types that I want first, right? So I do need a fixed one. I think I'd like a byte. Um, Data types. Fixed. Byte. Right. Listen, this extension has been real flaky lately. I didn't want to open you. Thank you. Handle isn't used anywhere. I want an int type. I want to know what the int types that I actually have access to are at the same time. Fixed byte int. I feel like I want to move this below this. And do I want a bool type? I don't see why I would need a bool type, but if I'm going to all this effort, I should make a bool type anyways, or kind of handle allocating bool types. I don't care about any of the SE2 stuff. Strings might be nice. Um, I don't care about any of this stuff. I don't know. Yeah, void wouldn't be useful. text could maybe be useful, but I think that I'd rather just do string and then convert to text where needed most of the time. Order, player group point. So with all of that, that does all make sense to me. So all that I have left that I might want to do this with is string. I hope that strings are just basically references to strings, right? Or not, yeah. I hope that strings are just references to strings, which I think is how Starcraft 2 does it. So essentially, if I have like a string 32 array, string array x 32, is this how I'd be doing this? No. Yeah, if I have this, right, in in theory, I don't actually need to define the length of the strings because it's just references to places that strings otherwise are. So it should be fine. Um, I will add a note. Memory should be interpreted as memory, quotes included. Now that we've got that little note out of the way, I am going to do, I guess I need to decide, do I want the same number of bytes as like fixed? Because bytes are a significantly smaller data type. So a single byte is 8 characters, or not 8 characters, 8 bits, where I believe that fixed will be a 32-bit type here, so it will be um, significantly larger to store the same number of fixed as bytes. But at the same time, I don't see myself using a lot of bytes. But also, I didn't know the byte type existed, and I feel like there are a lot of places that I could use bytes over ints. Not that it actually matters most of the time in 64-bit architecture, to my knowledge, because I don't think it's actually any more efficient for the CPU to use bytes over ints most of the time. I think I'm gonna just go with the same size and make it obnoxiously large, but I will also make it so that each can technically have an individual size. So const int general const int size equals 8192. We'll see if I can make an array that's that big. I could see myself wanting more if I want to do some really silly things, so we'll see. And then I want to const int chunk size. And I think I want to make the chunk size, I don't really want to use a calculator, so I'm going to use node as a calculator. 512 divided by 4. 128. And I think I'm going to make it 64, right? So 8192 divided by 64 is 128. Cool. So it's going to have 128 chunks that it can have with this, which is surprisingly neat. Oh, no, I wanted to make it 64. Okay. And then const int. Maybe I should do like generic size up here. And then, because I do want the ability to make like different ones, right? I'm gonna have ads start soon. I think this ad break, I'm probably gonna go use the restroom. Let's see. Constant. So I've got a generic. So then I want constant byte size equals generic size and constant byte chunk size equals numeric chunk size, and then I'm just need to copy this a few times for bool fixed int and string. Bool fixed int string, and then I can just boop bool fixed int string. Okay, add is starting. I will make a little. Can I zoom that in a little bit? No. There we go. Nope. Cool. That works. That works for now. Okay. I will be right back because ad break is going to be starting and I kind of use restroom. And I have returned with ad time to spare, it seems. Do. I am streaming under the right category, right? I do want to make sure of that. Cool. Uh, okay. Where was I? Right. I was in the process of pain, I think. So, do we feel like 8192 is enough? Because I do feel like we should go with kind of a powers of two thing. But I also feel like 128 chunks. Let's see. What could I do with that? If it turns out to not be enough, I guess I can just kind of deal with that when it comes. So I think that I need essentially just const. No, not const. So I want byte array. Byte. No. Yes. Should I make it? I don't think I'm supposed to make it all caps here. I think I'm supposed to make it. I think I'm gonna do an underscore before it because I don't want it to be accessed anywhere else. treat it like it's like a little, yeah, don't do this, don't touch this. So underscore, no, because I do need it to be accessed elsewhere. So byte mem. I'm gonna do this. This is fine. It's not exactly a constant, but byte mem. So I realistically shouldn't be doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then do this. Bool fixed. I don't know how this happened. Oh, I do know how this happened, but I don't like it. Yeah, it'll be fine. Int size, int mem. I am very good at this, I assure. Okay, whatever. Int mem, and then, oh, apparently I made one too many, I think. Unless I missed one. I think I was counting the generic up here. So then I kind of want to just like put a little bit of space, right? Maybe I want to do like a little spacer comment, like just like a. This is pretty common in the Galaxyscript stuff a lot of the times. I feel fine doing it. Those are apparently the same length, which it does not feel like it is the case, but it is fine. And I'll just. I'm not sure if it's quite right for these all to be the same, or all to be all caps, but I also don't care that much. So then there's kind of the data definition, the array definition rather. So then I want to go down, move on down to the function definition. But first, I feel like I should kind of define um, the thing. So int, I should probably be returning an int as the kind of pointer. Alloc underscore byte. And then I want a certain number of bytes that I'm going to allocate, I think. I'm going to roughly try to follow Mimoloc. So, or Malloc, sorry. I'm going to roughly try to follow Malloc, I think, in terms of how it actually like thinks about things. But obviously I'm going to not do it so directly. The pointer, so it returns a pointer. To the allocated memory, and it just takes the amount of memory. So I think I'm going to take the byte count, right? So then int count. And then I want to, I have 5 of these, I think. So, oh, that's not what I want to do. Bool fixed. Oh, I do need another array bit, but I'll handle that in a second. String. Okay. So then I also want to have a free. And with free, I will take the kind of pointer, because I'm going to be treating these integers as kind of pointers. And do I want to accept any pointer within? No, I think I want to expect that I will be getting the pointer that kind of references. And should I be returning void? That's what, yeah, free returns void. So free byte. And okay, free byte. Talking to myself is wild. int pointer, I'm gonna call it. It's not technically a pointer. But I guess maybe I should call it like location. But I'm just gonna treat these things like they're pointers, even though they're really not. And I should not be treating them exactly like they're pointers. It's fine. Don't think about it too much. Okay, and then bool. It has been a long time. I don't know, I typed string there. Fixed. I am making a mistake right now. See, hear me out. I don't have access to a like any pointers or anything, and thus I don't have access to any real dynamic memory in Starcraft. So instead, I'm making sort of sort of access to dynamic memory of the different types that I need, so that I can do, you know, fun things like I do not know. I do not know what I want to do. The fact that I only have access to fixed data types kind of limits me a little bit. Um, constant. No. Let's see. So constant. So this should be doing. I feel like implementing Doom might be a bit difficult, but anything can run Doom, so I'm sure you could probably run Doom on Starcraft, you know? I think I'd need a bit more generic of a memory allocation than I'm currently doing if I wanted to implement Doom. Or I'd need to do a lot of porting work. So then byte chunk count, right? Um, byte underscore size divided by generic chunk size. This is integer division, so it will round down, but I think that's preferable to rounding up and running into issues with the memory that you're allowed. Now, I did want to check if I have access to unsigned things. Do I have access to? I mistyped. No. Why does it treat it? Why are some things written like have access to unsigned options of things? Do I unsigned? Oh, is byte just unsigned? Okay, byte is unsigned, but integer is signed. Int is signed. Okay, I can work with this. Um, okay. Sorry about the squeaking noise. My chair is very loud. Uh, Let me just boop, and then boop. And then instead of doing byte here, oh, this shouldn't be generic chunk size. I've made a mistake. This should be byte chunk size. So let's see. think I can just, I am looking at Discord briefly. It is my understanding that this should work perfectly fine. This should be rounding down because it is integer division. And I do think that is the preferable behavior because I don't want to treat it like someone has more memory than they do when I get towards the sort of end. It does have the potential if this is like, say, if the size is not divisible by the chunk size, then I'll have some wasted uh potential at the end, but um I guess I can make a little note here. Keep generic or keep size divisible by chunk size. Please. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. There we go. Chunk size. Then I can just do this. Cool. And then I want to boop, boop, bool. Interesting. Not sure why it didn't go down with those, but that's cool. Byte fixed. Then we need int here. I think that these things technically should not be in all caps again. I think I mentioned that before, but I'm also not exactly super concerned with naming conventions because I'm already breaking all of the SC2 naming conventions. I could, yeah. Um, yeah. See, I guess I should move the sizes below the chunk sizes then because the reason that I'm defining this like this is so that technically come in and be like, I want more strings available. So then maybe I should just do generic chunk size and then const and generic chunk count. And then instead of defining things in terms of size, I should define things in terms of count and eh. Because I can always do a little bit of multiplication down here to determine the size. This seems good to me. This seems like a plan. And then I shouldn't need to do this anymore. I should be able to just like get rid of all of this. And then down here I can just be like byte chunk size times byte chunk count. Yeah. That works, I think. I don't foresee any immediate problems with this. But I can get rid of that little comment there. So I have all of these data types. Implementing a new data type shouldn't be too hard. Technically, there's going to be probably a lot of copy pasted code. Maybe you could make a generic function and then use these functions all to kind of just be like, hey, reference this function with a certain thing. But I think that copying the code a bit here might actually be better for performance. Not that anything in oh, delightful. Uh NM. Okay, this should work. This should fix the issue that I just maybe had. Okay, sorry. I think my stream might have just gone down briefly. We'll see. We'll see if anyone tells me that it did. Or like buffered or something for y'all probably. Bool chunk size times bool chunk count. I guess I'll just copy this and paste it. Yeah. I very quickly went and switched the internet that I was using. I was technically on my Wi-Fi because I default to my Wi-Fi for my computer because it's actually faster, but it's slightly less stable of a connection. So and then I need to realign these again because I kind of want them to be a little bit pretty. Cool. And then this all these function declarations down here should still be fine currently. I guess maybe I should have an S at the end of all of these because I'm obviously not. Nah, it's fine because really what I'm referencing is the type and not the. I know I'm being very, very decisive here. Very. This is all very planned out. You know, very well thought out. Int alloc byte. Int count. Is there a problem with this? Oh, I need to return. Galaxy something. I think it's Galaxyscript though. Oh. I also need the I also need a bool. Oh, these should not all be byte arrays. These should be bool, not bool. Bool fixed. Very good at this. Int and string. Now, these should, I need bool arrays down here too, because what I really want to do is just have a bool that defines whether or not that chunk has been allocated, I think. Technically, I'm not going to have any like safety around, you know, who has memory. Just if someone wants to free memory, they're allowed to, but like that's fine. I think that's how alloc works. Malloc or whatever, you know. I think that's how the standard C stuff works usually. Technically, you can just free memory if you know where it is. Okay, and then so like alloc, and then I want to also put, I think, an underscore before this because I really do not want anyone to be accessing this externally. Oh, can I not do that? Am I not? I'm not allowed to put an underscore at the start of a variable name. That's delightful. I love this. Okay. Is there any other way I can make it, you know, a thing? Like, hey, maybe I don't want to like put don't use input. I'm just gonna trust that anyone that touches this stuff knows what they're doing because I sure as heck don't. Okay. Then like byte. So these should actually be pretty just no underscore. Don't. There we go. I think that'll impress upon everyone that they should not be touching this. It could be an issue with technically it could just be an issue with the way that the Galaxyscript extension works. I might be allowed to do this. We'll see. I'm gonna go actually check. I'm not gonna do it either way. By the way, it's about to be very bright. I feel the need to warn my viewers every time this is about to happen because I'm about to open the Starcraft 2 editor, which doesn't have a dark mode. Okay. So I want to see. It doesn't look like it gave me an error. Oh, it did give me an error. Okay. So I do have to have something. It has to start with a uh, character. Honestly, I think it's fine though. I think it's fine to pretend to trust programmers. Um, for laziness purposes. Not out of actual trust. I don't trust myself. But what I do trust is that I am lazy. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that either. So let's see. Maybe I could do internal. Drop the E, maybe. No. Um. Yeah, internal should work. Internal should indicate very well that don't touch it unless you really want to. Technically, I should probably be like lib mem internal, but all of these things should be lib mem or something like that. So I like byte. So do I just want to find the first not allocated byte chunk and then allocate that? That sounds right, right? Is that a not smart way to do it? I guess I could have like a last used, so then I could just increment that instead of looping through it. Like either so I could do like a for oh right, that's something. I have to declare variables at the start of the block. So I could do like a for I equals 0, I less than byte chunk. Oh, right. Plus plus also doesn't work. It has to be plus equal 1. So then I could do this, right? But instead what I could do is I could make a oh, absolutely premature optimization is the root of all evil. I am evil. So what I could do instead is make like a int um int byte no int byte internal underscore byte alloc index. And then I don't know if I can start this at 0. It looks like I can. So then I can just be like, okay, instead of looping through this that way, I equals internal byte alloc index, right? And then I just need to make sure right, because then I don't have to loop through anything that hasn't that I already know has been allocated. It'll leave some empty memory chunks, but that's, I think, pretty common actually. I think that's what usually happens with memory allocation, kind of leave some empty memory chunks. I is less than byte chunk count. So this is only for the things that I want to have dynamic memory. So Galaxyscript doesn't have pointers. So I need a solution for actually manually allocating memory dynamically. But things like just ints in functions, like just this I here, for example, should be, I think, fine once the function is exited. I'm going to trust that I will free the memory after I use it. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. But actually do over here, I think, galaxy types. This does have a list of memories that are garbage collected. Byte is garbage collected. Bool is garbage collected. Int is garbage collected. String is garbage collected, and fixed is garbage collected. I'm ignoring a large number of types because I don't really care about them for my current purposes. I could relatively easily add them to this later based on how kind of formulaic it has been if I need to. Oh, ads. I forgot about ads. I have been talking this whole time and no one has been hearing me probably. Okay, I'm gonna check Discord while this ad is running. Interesting. Wow. Oh, interesting. Twitch says it has an ad. Anyway, yeah. So if I do this, then I can't actually do this. I have to. So maybe I do internal byte alloc index, and then I do I is equal I equals I plus 1. But I can't do that. Maybe not equals, and then I just started at this plus 1. But I also need to start it at this plus 1 modulo byte count. Ah, this is gonna be great. I can already tell. This is gonna be delightful. Um, I equals I plus 1 modulo byte. So then it should stop and just assume that it cannot go any further at that point. It should be like, yeah, we don't have any memory. And if that is the case, then I want to return a -1 to indicate that there was an error of no memory, I think. Instead of and then in theory, I'll check every time if there's a -1, but in practice, I will just use it, you know? Byte alloc. No. Byte alloc, byte count, byte chunk count. There we go. Okay. And then if byte internal underscore byte underscore alloc I if not this, right? Because this is either a bool. This is a bool that's either true or false. If not this, then return I. This will not give you 0 though, unless I start. This will not start at 0 unless I start all of these at -1, which I think I'm fine doing. I can just be like, hey, you -1. Because then the first time this function is called, it'll be like, okay, the... Oh, I do also need to update that. You're right. Thank you. Thank you very much. That would have been a problem for me if I forgot to do that. I actually think it would have worked fine, but it wouldn't have gotten the performance that I was trying to get here. Oh, we're gonna pretend that didn't just happen. There we go. We're gonna pretend that I didn't misspell it. Okay. And then I basically thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I do want to show the user an error too. And the way I do that in Galaxyscript, I could use UI display message. Error message. I think I want to use, no, this is a libnative thing. Technically libnative should be initialized, but I also don't want to like pretend that I have to have, I don't want to have libnative initialized to use this. So error. I think that there is a debug area. Right, debug here. Um, if you are having the issue, you need to be alerted, and what's really going to happen is it's just going to be like spamming this menu with out of memory, right? So it should be fine. Because what I really want to do is put like right here, tell user out of memory, out of byte memory. Because I do also want to specify what kind of memory we're out of in the error message. I want to be like, yeah, we're out of this kind of memory. Okay. So then type in text and give me my, I'll put the debug message to a file. I don't know about that. I just want to like yell at you. I don't want to write any file stuff. Okay, interesting. So I guess the best place to do it then is actually just UI display message, because okay, good luck with whatever you're getting off to. Message area. So then UI display message. Player group all C underscore error message area error out of memory. And I have to convert that to a text, I believe. String to text. It would be better to have this text stored somewhere, like a const out of memory text or something like that. But on the other hand, you are not expected to get to this part of the function, so I think it's fine. Out of byte memory. Cool. And that should work. So then I just need to kind of. That is a good question. I am gonna find that out eventually. 1, 2, 3. Right now I am on the early stages of trying to get a sort of uh, a sort of malloc working. I want dynamic memory, and I think that this is the best way to do that. The way that I'm currently doing it. Uh, Byte 1, 2. Copy pasting bad, I know, but also like bite me. I like bite. I don't want to. You are. So after byte is bool. So then I just want to, in this function, replace anywhere that byte occurs, right? Could I just, am I allowed? Mm, I think this will work. After bool is fixed. I want to replace this text here with fixed. Usually when you can copy paste, it means that you can make a more generic function. That's why you usually don't want to be copy pasting code. With this, it would be kind of hard, I think, to make a more generic function, though, just because it's very. What I'm doing is stupid. I should not be doing what I'm currently doing, but I am doing it anyways, so. Then I'm not really so sure about this whole string thing, honestly, but it was another kind of generic basic type that I thought, hey, maybe I should just include that. So then I've got the allocate functions down. So I kind of want to test this, but I'm not sure how. I think that I can just, so for int I equals 0, int I, for I equals 0, I less than generic chunk count, I plus plus. I can't do I plus plus because Galaxyscript is a nightmare. I plus equals 1. Mim, no. Alloc byte. I might rename these functions to be like byte alloc and byte free instead of alloc byte, and we'll see. Alloc byte 1. Okay. And then if I get any errors, also the screen's gonna be really bright again in a second. Warning y'all. Maybe look away if you're worried about that. I have to go back to the Starcraft 2 editor every time, and it does not have a dark mode. Okay, no errors. That's good. Now, if I make this the generic chunk count plus 1, again, gonna happen. You know what? It's not gonna give me an error because I've got to do something very important. I forgot. Something that's gonna haunt my dreams. Okay, I need to actually also set the memory. So internal underscore byte underscore alloc I equals true. What? Right. Apparently I can type very well. I'm gonna put this up here. Doesn't really matter where, in which order I do that, but I'm gonna put it there. Bool. Fixed. No, fixed. Int. String. Okay. Now, gonna be bright again. Sorry about that. Now it should give me error. Yeah, it gave me an error out of byte memory. But then if I come over here and I'm like, okay, but like don't go that far. Go like one last right. Then it'll be like, okay, gonna be right again in a second. Maybe I was a bit quick about going to that next screen, given I was like actually a second, but it's fine. Okay. And technically this should work. Oh, but what I do want to do is I do technically need to also do int chunk. So I also need to determine the number of chunks required because technically enough memory can, so int chunks required. Naming conventions. Chunks required equals. So I think you can just find this here at the top because it should be fine. And then I also want to int j. Chunks required equals count? No, yeah, count divided by so I want to do integer division, but byte chunk. So see if I do this, then it'll be 0. And then if count is less than byte chunk size, count will be 0. So I basically want to seal. Can I do integer division sealing? How would I go about that? Integer division sealing. I'm gonna admit I haven't done a whole lot of so x plus y, right. There we go. So then count plus byte chunk size minus 1. Okay. And then for j equals 0, j less than chunks required, j plus equals 1, then if internal by elect j, I want you to break. And then um, so how do I guess I should just do down here then if j is chunks required -1. Technically, this should work. Then I can move this in here. Oh, but then I also need to like go back over and so maybe I should just do bool new. No. Oh, I can't define a bool here because I have to define the bool at the top of the function. Bool is valid equals bool is valid. Is valid equals false. Though it shouldn't. No. Is valid equals true. Then is valid equals false. And then I just continue on down here. If is valid, then I want to sometimes memory isn't valid though. Or j equals 0, j less than chunks required, j plus plus. And then I want to return I. And then oh, that's very much not what I wanted to do, actually. This is what I wanted to do, roughly. I can't do j plus plus, it has to be j plus equals 1. This is way too complicated, and I do not appreciate this, honestly. I regret my decisions in life, but at the same time, I plus chunks required -1. Right. Okay. I think this works. I plus chunks required -1 means that if it's I, then it's that. So chunks required is 1. Okay, yeah, everything looks fine here. Return I. Just delete those lines, and then... Is there a way I can do this without this kind of flag here? I don't think so without another internal loop. I could technically repurpose this internal loop, but like I don't really want to because I'd still need another flag. Right, so I could set like is valid to false and then come back. Yeah, I think this is the best way to do it. I think. Oh, this should be J though, not I. Oh, it should be I plus J actually. Okay, now I'm just gonna copy paste this function because it changed a lot again, and I again don't really want to rewrite all of that. Fortunately for me, I do believe that the freeing of memory should be theoretically a lot simpler. Oh, but I need to know. Oh, that's not fun. Because if I want to free memory, I need to store also how much has been allocated from one point, right? So I can't just store whether or not a point has been allocated. I need to store how many chunks have been allocated from that point, right? Unless I also want to tell it how much to free. And I don't think free does that. I think free just takes a pointer. Let me go look at the actual free page again. Yeah, free just takes a pointer. Meaning that I have to also store how many have been allocated from. But then I shouldn't need a Boolean here. I can just do allocate from. And then I can even like skip those. Okay, this is actually, okay, this is great. This is delightful. And I'm not just saying that to not hate myself for what I'm doing. So if I have a 0 in this, right, then that means that it's free. That means it's free memory. If it has a 1, then that means that it is just that's allocated. And if it has any more than a 1, then that means that, right, that would make sense. No, I should probably do -1 for not allocated, and then 0 for this, and then... Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Oh, by the way, I do not know what I am talking about. This is false. Okay. I'm just gonna get rid of J again because I shouldn't actually need... Yes, I should. I will need J. Okay. But I will be able to do it slightly differently. Or I will have to do it slightly differently, rather. So. Now, it can actually be true, and I don't need to redo this. Right? Instead, I should be able to set... No, I'll have 0 be... Because this should initialize as 0 anyways, 0. It should be filled with zeros at the start, so... That's probably better. Let's see. Is valid... If is valid, then I want to set internal underscore byte underscore alloc from 2 not equals 0. Technically, that's kind of implied there, but I want to make that very explicit. That 0 is the no. And then... Okay. And then internal byte alloc from I equals chunks required. Right. And then... So chunks required. So then I get rid of this. I'm probably gonna use the restroom again this next ad break. We'll see. I plus chunks required -1 because I want to go to Yeah, because technically I want to start at the point that I was last at. Or do I? Do I wanna just start at the next point, right? Was there a reason I was not just starting at the next point? Yes, there was. I think this should be fine though. Do I wanna So do I wanna start at the next point? Is the real question. I will say for now, no. For now, I think that starting at the current point and then just being like, yeah, so that's the last allocated memory. So it's the last chunk of memory that had been allocated. Oh, but that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? I'm gonna need to make all of these memory points a at least a 1. And then when I free, I'm gonna need to overwrite them. But then also maybe I should make them all chunks required minus j. So essentially I know that this much forward has been allocated, right? For let j, no, for j equals 0, j less than chunks required, j plus equals 1. And then, oh, add in progress. Okay, I'm gonna go use Starstream really quick again while this ad is going, because some of you will see an ad, maybe, probably. Streamer. There we go. Okay, I'll be right back now. And I am back. Let's see. Also, yes, a terminal is a great AFK screen, you know? Um, I think I'm back. I'm like 90% sure I'm back. Either that or like a robot has replaced me, and either way, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with either way, really, so, you know? Right, let's see. Is valid. J equals chunks required. So, I think what I want to do is I want to say internal bytes byte alloced from I plus j equals chunks required minus j. So then at that point it's going to be like at I it's going to be oh, interesting. Internal. So at I this should be 0. Right, at j0 it should be I. Or no, chunks required. it should be chunks required, and then at I+1, it should be chunks required -1. So if j is 1, if chunks required is 1, then I should be 1, and that is right. This is correct. Technically, I think. Which means that then I can just, I don't, I feel like there's a way to delete a line, but I don't know what it is, so it's gonna do that. Okay, and then chunks required, internal bytes elect from, j not equals 0. And then I can actually do, right, um, it might be nice to, instead of having it be is valid, be like a fail j, so then I can jump forward to that. Right, but then maybe I should just make this like a while loop instead of a for loop, as wild as that sounds. Because I think that might be easier. I can just find I at the top. So I could do, because then it would make more sense to redefine I kind of just in the loop a bit more freely with a while loop. So I think I'm going to do that. I is less than, or I not equals internal underscore byte underscore. Oh, but that's kind of going to be a problem anyways with so this is already problematic. Because if my memory is full, then I would keep jumping around all willy-nilly anyways. But I also don't want to just step forward by 1 each time. Because if I step forward by 1 each time, then now this is a function that's going to be run very rarely, so I should not be optimizing it like this. Fair note, I know what I'm doing is bad, but I'm also not going to stop. So with that a little tidbit out of the way, I is I+1. Then I want to go back to 0 if it's byte count. So what this is saying, that makes sense. But I also kind of want to skip forward by at least the amount that is kind of defined here as the. So I want to skip forward by at least internal by elect from I. So maybe I could do like, since the way that I'm doing this is kind of, this is actually delightful because it's really easy to say I or 1, because what this is doing is 1 byte-wise is like 0, 0, 0. Oh, so this is, I think, not quite accurate. This is technically a byte, but for intents and purposes here, this will work. This is like 4 times the size though the actual data. But then, so this is +1 if it isn't already 1. Can I do, I can't do and 1. I don't want to do exclusive or 1. So I want to set a minimum of 1, and unfortunately that isn't working very well. Uh, See, I thought I was being clever, but then I realized I wasn't, and no, this is kind of disappointing. Kidding, mostly. Is there a minimum function in this? Maybe I could make like a helper function, right? Minimum. Oh, no, go back. Minimum. There's actually technically, right. I could scroll down all the way down here. Math. So, do any of you do minimum? Clamp. This is what I want, I think. Adjust the value to make sure it stays within the provided bounds. So I don't actually care about a maximum. So I'd really prefer a minimum function to get the minimum between two values. And if I can't do that, I think I'm going to make it instead of trusting this, right? What, what is this? What? I don't know why you would want an... Oh, okay, you take an effect. Okay. So it returns an integer, but takes a fixed. Okay. Wait, what was I doing? Right, I wanted to see if there was a minimum function. Ah, there is a minimum function. Thank you. So it's just min. Oh, lovely. It's really nice when there are like nice little helper functions like this. Min I. No, it's nowhere near done. Min I 1. Okay. No, not min, max. But that's still a function that should be allowed, so it's fine. I don't really like how long this is getting, so maybe I'll be like, technically I'm allowed to do this. Kind of a silly thing to do, but technically I'm allowed to do this, I think. I hope. I hope that I'm technically allowed to do this. What is your error here? Oh, okay. I just need a parenthesis here. Cool. This is nightmare. This is a nightmare code that no one should ever write. So I starts at the internal dialect index +1. So it starts at the last place that we ever allocated memory, right? And then it, of course, goes back to the start. So it goes back to the 0 if that isn't the case. and then it'll loop through. So while this is not the internal byte allocate index, it'll loop through things. So while it's not the last thing that has been allocated, it'll loop through things. And I don't really like this, right? Because I'd really like for it to be, essentially, I don't want to go past this again, but I don't know how I should account for that. Because what I'd really like to do is just be like, okay, well, we have these bytes. We have, like, we're here. We're gonna pretend that these are bytes, and we're gonna call these, like, we're here, right? And we see that here is, this is roughly how it should look. We see that from here, we're currently here. We see that from here we've allocated 2 and 1, but we don't want to take all of those steps manually. We want to just see, hey, this is 3, so we want to go straight to here. But to do that, we have to because if we just step, we're kind of wasting those steps, right? We're like, okay, well, this is a 2. We don't need to step here realistically. We should just be stepping directly here. But if we do that, then we might never actually say the last index is here. If we do that, we might never get back to here, right? In fact, we would never get back to here. So then we'd never, when we ran out of memory, we'd just have an infinite loop instead of getting down here and be like, yeah, no, we don't have any memory. Sorry, you get an error. So what I could do, I should have thought this out a bit more thoroughly before I started like writing it out. But what I could do is be like, okay, so let's see. I could make the internal byte elect index be just this. Right, and then that'll solve that problem. But then I have to start here. So maybe, I don't think this supports do while though. Do you support do while? If you support do while, I will be so happy. Oh, it does. I think it supports do while. This was exactly, this solves my problem. Okay, cool. Oh, that's actually just amazing. I not equals internal byte elect index. Okay. And then I start off, so assuming this actually works, but I think it should. If it says it's supported, I'm going to assume it's supported. So then I want to start I at I internal byte elect index. So I should start at this. You want to start I at this before the loop. And then we want to I equals max I. This is actually delightful. Because then I can also just do like continue in here, right? Like I can be like, okay, well, obviously this is wrong, so we failed at this, and then we just continue. Listen. This is great. You don't understand how great this is. I can do so much unnecessary optimization now that I've considered doing this in a do while loop like this. So much unnecessary optimization. Okay. So I do want to do the J and a for loop in here. So then failed at. I think I want to do failed at instead of valid, right? So int failed at. And I'm just going to pretend like, so failed at equals -1 because I haven't failed. But then I'm going to do like for j equals 0, j less than chunks required, j plus equals 1. Okay, this all works. Get into that loop there. Internal int elect from. Or not int, byte elect from I plus j not equals 0. Then failed at equals I no, failed at equals j. And I want to break as well. Because obviously it failed, so I don't need to keep doing this loop. And then internal by elect from there. Cool. And then I can be like, if failed at is minus, or failed at is greater than less than 0. If failed at is -1, basically. I'll just do equals -1. It's fine. If failed at is -1, then I do everything, right? Then I return I. And for j equals 0, j less than what's required, j plus equals 1. Okay. X equals I plus chunks required. And I was doing -1 before. Okay, this should work. So then I plus chunks required. Cool. So then internal underscore byte underscore elect underscore from I plus j is equal to chunks required minus j. Okay. And then otherwise, but I don't actually need an else because there's an implied else because this return here. Otherwise, I want to be like else implied by return. I want to be a bit explicit about that for mostly for stream, honestly. I don't write good code, but I also don't want to like explicitly state the else, honestly. As an else. I don't know. So I want to keep it in this scope mostly. This kind of upper do while scope. I equals I equals I plus internal underscore byte underscore elect underscore from I plus failed at. So this way I should skip forward as many as I failed at. Now there is technically a fail condition that I haven't accounted for. And that is if I have like so if I come in like so let's say the last thing I allocated was this. Then I'm going to say, okay, well, here is the next one after I allocate this. Then it's going to be like, okay, well, I should jump here at the start of this. And then it's going to be like, okay, well, I should jump here. And it's going to be like, okay, well, I should jump here. And it's going to jump all the way back to the beginning again. So this should work. This should technically work. Neat. Okay. I wanted to make sure that that a fail condition that I expected could potentially happen wasn't going to happen, and I think I just confirmed that for myself. We shall see. Okay. Return I. Is valid, false. Um, I think I've implemented all of the logic that existed down here. Then I just need to kind of pop over here, and it's going to be really bright again for a second. Sorry about that. Eh. Okay. Sorry, it took me. Okay, so negative array indexes aren't supported. Oh, I know why. I don't. Um, I do know that I should, though, do percent or modulus byte underscore chunk underscore count here. I don't think that'll fix it. It's gonna get really bright again for a second. But that is a bug that I would have had eventually. Okay, line 95. So what it really means is line 94 because it does that a lot. So, oh, what? But you should be, you, so I think I can technically display things to this console on the top, but also I don't really want to. Underscore UI display message, player group all, C underscore message area chat, tech or int to text I. Or not I. I plus failed app. Oh, I do see another problem. I will need to be modulo. Oh, I'm doing something that I don't really like. I'm allowing. I'll just need to be really deliberate when I'm getting memory, I guess. Hello. Technically, I'm allowing you to allocate over the. So, due to the way I'm doing things, technically I'm allowing, I think, we're gonna pretend that this is kind of the table of memory that's been allocated in terms of like how it's been allocated. So I'm technically allowing something like this to happen, right? So if you start here, then you can kind of go backwards in the array of memory. And that's only sort of a problem. I'll need to be very deliberate about like using modulo anywhere that I'm using this allocation that I'm accessing memory. That or I can just not allow this to happen. And I'm not sure which is better. Though that's also going to be a problem like up here, isn't it? And the actual definition of the chunks required. I'll deal with that after I get everything else roughly working. I think I want to not allow that to happen. I think that's a bit too. It'll make using the actual kind of pointers a bit too problematic. Um, also, I think I said hi, but hi if I did not. Um, so then this should be byte underscore chunk underscore count. It's gonna get really bright again for a second. Shield your eyes if you're worried about that. Okay, line 96. I plus fail that. That's strange. You said it was near line 96 of. Okay. Is it this then? This can't be negative. It is actually not. It should not be possible for this to be negative. The only place that a negative number ever exists is failed at, which failed at should never realistically be. I'm confused. Now I'm just baffled. I am bewildered even because I should never be able to be negative. Maybe. Oh, I know what it is. I'm stupid. I forgot to set all of these back to. I forgot to set all of these to 0. Okay. It's gonna get really bright again for a second. That should deal with that initial issue. Did that just work? Interesting. Why? Okay. I won't question it just working. Now I want to make it try to allocate a bit too much memory and see what happens. Oh, I don't actually need to do that. I should have warned again. Sorry. So now that it allocates too much memory, out of byte memory, you're complaining. You're like, hey, this is bad. I have too much. As I have not the memory that is required. And then if I actually make this like chunk size or byte chunk size plus 1. Now this should technically be slightly higher, right? So then divided by 2. This should work, I think. Am I not allowed to add? Wait, what? What? Must have made a typo, I guess. Okay, I'm about to do the. I guess I forgot. I did the scroll wheel without finishing my thought. I'm gonna go bright again for a second. Sorry. Okay. Now everything works. And if I do this, then +1. Okay. Gonna go bright again for a second. Again, apologies. Okay. And it does indeed jump up by 2. It still has that error. Heck yeah, everything's working perfectly. But there is one thing that I do want to kind of deal with, because I'm really not digging the idea of accidentally allocating over the boundary, right? So I don't want to do exactly this. And it should be kind of hard to get it to do this, I think. Um actually, I'm not sure how hard it would be, because like, okay. Yeah, you'd have to free some memory before this could actually happen if we're starting allocating here. But technically it could it? So there's another problem that I actually have. Because I plus j could be greater than. Yeah, I'll just do max 1 here. Max I 1. Right. Because I do always want to make sure that I'm going forward at least 1. I don't want to ever not go forward, because that means that it'll be an infinite loop. So then max after that, then it might end up with a bit more work being done than necessary, but I think technically I can say that up here, if I plus j greater than chunks required, so I can also do I should also technically do plus failed at here, right? Because if I fail at 0, sure, but then if I fail at 1, then I want to make sure that I'm moving forward that 1 and then being like, okay, then how much further do I move forward from that? I'm glad I caught that, because that would have been kind of problematic otherwise. Which also means that if I fail at the end of the thing, right? Um, if I fail at the if I set the failed at to be at the end of the chunks required, which I should be able to just do in here then. I plus j greater than or equal to, not chunks required, but byte underscore size, byte underscore count. Byte chunk count, I think. So if I is byte chunk count or greater, because byte chunk count is already too high, because that'll go outside the bounds of the array. Then I want to say that it failed at j, but then I want to make this j minus 1. Right. But yeah, I should do that up here, technically, to not mess with that too much. So then if boop failed at equals j minus 1, break. Right. And then I don't need any kind of modulo up in this function due to this little bit right here. I don't need any internal byte elect from. I think everything's fine here. Yeah, I think everything is fine here. Yes, because that fill that should, yeah, cool. Unless j is 0. But that shouldn't happen because I should. Okay, cool. Yeah, I plus 0 should never be able to be greater than or equal to byte chunk count because I is already modulo byte chunk count down here. So that shouldn't be a fail condition. That means that's cool. Internal byte, cool. I don't need to be talking about the memory that the points that I'm jumping to anymore. I'll leave the fact that the alpha is implied there. I can get rid of this little kind of working on stuff comment that I was doing to kind of work stuff out. And then I think that technically I should make this failed underscore at instead. I'm going to do it either way. I'm going to try to go with a, what's the case? You know the type, maybe. If you actually are like caring about the programming I'm doing, you probably know what I mean with the underscore type thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I won't judge you if you don't care about the programming I'm doing, but I'm also not sure what you're getting out of this, you know? Bool. Talking to, obviously just directly aiming at Rambling Creator over here with that. Where was I? Like, bool. Here. From here. Right, now I want to be like doot, 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 doot. And then after bool comes fixed, I think. Yeah, doing bool fixed int string. Byte bool fixed int string. So you should be fixed. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Apparently there are 12 references of byte in that function. Byte int after fixed. Int And then string is the last one. Now, free should be a lot simpler to implement, I think. Like, free should be really incredibly simple to implement in theory. Hopefully. We shall see though, because I thought that this alloc would be a bit simpler to implement than it was, honestly, a little bit maybe. So then technically with free, I want to take a pointer, not really a pointer, but and what I want to do is I think I'm going to separate the freeze and the Alex here with a little one of these. Maybe I can make it a bit shorter though. Maybe I can make it just like 3 dashes to indicate that it's not as like big of a separation. There. So then free bool. I'll start, or no, free byte. I'll start with free byte. Okay. And this should be a void function, I think. Yeah, okay. Int pointer. And the so all I really need to do is int I int mem index maybe is what I'll call it. So then I want to be like, hey, yeah, okay. So mem index should be pointer divided by byte chunk size, right? And then now that I have that, then I can just be like, okay, well then pointer. So then for I equals 0. No. Uh, okay, I think I know how I can make this work. Then for I equals not 0. I equals byte underscore internal underscore byte underscore alloc underscore from mem index I not equals 0. No. I is greater than or equal to 0. I minus equals 1. So then I'm going to be going down and I'm going to just be like, okay, well, every point from here. So then mem internal underscore byte underscore alloc underscore from mem index minus I. No, plus I equals 0. So then it'll start at the end, right? It'll start at that plus 3. But then do I want it to be I or do I want it to be, or just plus I, or do I maybe want it to be I? Maybe I should start this at minus 1 rather. Because mem index So this could be, so if this is 3, I'm gonna need to do a little model thing again. Oh, we'll say 6 this time. So then if I have 3, 2, 1, then I here would be 3. Or I would be, yeah, I would be 3, and my index would be 0. So then 1, 2, 3. So I do want it to be -1. I'll go through and free everything, then I'll just go through and print everything after doing this, just to make sure that everything works right. And I think this should actually be the whole free function. Free is very relatively simple. I could do some special stuff with like the allocated index, but I think it should be fine. So then this is kind of dumb, but I think I'm gonna be int generic, not generic. Yeah, I'll do generic chunk count. Everything is based on generic right now, so it's fine. Int generic chunk count pointers equals, oh, but I can actually do divide by 2. Pointers equals, and then pointers I equals this, okay? And then for I equals 0, I is less than generic chunk count divided by 2, I plus equals 1. I want to go through and free byte of pointers I, right? And then I want to just int, not int, I equals 0, I less than generic chunk count times generic, no, just generic chunk count, and then I plus equals 1. And then I want to, if internal underscore byte underscore allect from I not equals 0, I want to UI underscore, no, UI display message player group all player group all. I want to display it in the message area chat, I guess. Then I want to text string, no, int to text I plus string to text. I'll just do a comma with that. And I'll do then I'll put a space there. Plus int to text. Internal byte elect from I. Okay. This should roughly work. The screen is gonna be real bright again for a second. Fair warning again. Okay. So obviously free did not work. So why didn't free work? Free byte pointers I. So I do have free byte defined. I do have pointer. I am assigning pointers. So it is distinctly possible that it is a problem in the pointers array and not technically a problem in that. So I do also want to loop over the pointers array really quick, which I can actually just do here, and UI underscore, not underscore, display pointers I. Right, I have to do, maybe I should make a helper function. Print number. Void print number. Then int in UI display message. Player group all. See message chat. In. Cool. Then I can just do print number. I think that was a worthwhile function to make, honestly, but I'm not sure. Where am I get? What is it? Oh, in. Int in. Oh, right. Int to text in. Okay, it's gonna be a flash again. A bright light. Oh. And let's see. Okay. Oh, ow. That was a mistake. So I see the issue now. So I'm returning I, but what I should be returning is I times chunk size. Right. So then string chunk size. Int chunk size. Fixed chunk size. Do times bool chunk size. And then one more times byte. Okay, it's gonna be slightly flash again, slightly bright. I really need to set up something to handle that, so I don't have to go to that screen every time. Okay, so that looks about right now. So now I don't need to print this number anymore, and now I can go back to kind of doing this bit of error logging, right? If there's an error. So then it's gonna be real bright again here for a second. Sorry, I have to keep running this. I will try. I'm gonna be streaming this for a while, maybe. It looks like I've got a lot of potential work to do here. Okay. But on the bright side, that looked like it worked. So can I just make this like an absurd number, right? Oh, also, I do technically need to like copy this and just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gonna have to put a that between all of them. So then byte here can be bool. No, I don't want to technically, I don't want to do that. So bool here can be, or byte here can be bool. So then 1, 2, 3. Okay, this one will be fixed. This is working way too well, and I am scared. We don't need to talk about the fact that I've been working on this for like multiple hours now, and I could easily be working on something that's a lie. There's nothing more productive I would work on. I would work on something equally unproductive, but like At least it wouldn't be this. But now that this is done, I can do dynamic memory stuff in theory, as long as I'm careful, and thus I should be fine. Technically, I could get an array out of bounds error if I do exceed the memory, but like that's something that should happen anyways. And that's only if it's at the end of the array, when really I should be getting errors earlier if I exceed the memory. So that's fine. C doesn't have any problems with you going outside of pointer ranges. I don't see the problem here. Add soon, by the way. Which I use restroom this time though. I don't know what I'll be doing. Uh, okay. Let's see. I suppose now that I've done that, what I should do is actually make something with this. But what do I want to make? Okay. So what I was tempted to do was make make a like matrixy stuff, but like at the same time. Oh, you know what I can do? No. So now that I do have this, I guess I will do like a matrix thing, right? Let's do this. Matrix galaxy. Most of this was just so that I could have a dynamically sized matrix, by the way. I'm not gonna lie to you and say that it wasn't. Um struct matrix. Because then I can have a rows, walls, and a pointer. Data, int data. And this int is does this, oh right, this should be semicolon and not comma. So technically I'm gonna do something that's kind of pointless and meaningless and silly. And what that is gonna be is I'm going to say up here towards kind of the top. I'll do it at the absolute top. I'll be silly about this. The very first thing I want to do, because I think I can do this. Type def pointer int. No. It might be int pointer. Yeah. And I'm gonna make this a capital P. So then down here, instead of doing this, and this does not do anything. This is actually meaningless. It just lets me kind of feel that what I'm doing is a pointer instead of a. Will it complain to me? Okay, cool. No, it will not. See, because now it should be like this is a pointer function and not an integer function. And then I can also pop over here and say that data is a pointer. That was not necessary. by any means. And it is just, it's pretending that one type is not just integer when it is, but at the same time, I feel like it adds a bit of nice clarity to be able to see, okay, int, and then pointer. And what I could do even better is make this like a fixed pointer, like make different pointer types. So have like fixed, but you know, I'm not gonna go back and do that right now, honestly. So then, um, I think what I can do is technically now make a matrix. So slash, gonna grab the separator from separator that I used over here, just so that I am having a bit of consistency. Matrix. Oh, I just started typing in the chat box on accident. Matrix create matrix mat underscore new. And what I want this to do is take rows and columns, right? And these should be ints. And this is going to use the fixed data type because I do not have access to a floating data type. And this will not be a problem later, don't worry. Because there is not anything in particular that I want to do with this matrix. Don't worry. I don't know if I'm going to get to doing that today, though. Let's see. So then I'm going to kind of implement this function before I do anything else. Before I implement any, or start, defining any other functions. So matrix, mat new, int rows, int calls. And what I want to do is matrix mat equals, I think this is how I do this. Why am I not, what are you erroring? Oh, is it because I'm not returning? Return mat. What's the problem? Can I, so how do I actually, do I do equals matrix? Rows. Listen, I honestly, mat.rows equals rows, mat.calls equals calls, mat.data equals alloc fixed rows times calls. What's the problem here? Yeah, it does. What? What? Uh, Maybe if I just, because this is just wrong. This is just lying to me. These are the, oh, it's okay. 1 second. These are the same things. I just copy pasted this line from up here. Type matrix is not assignable to type matrix. What? Okay. I think this is an issue with the thing and not the actual matrix though. So I'm gonna make, no. What? I'm confused now. I also am not super sure about initializing structures and so let's see. Um, Initializing structures, Galaxyscript. Okay, are you gonna say anything about the struct? About a struct? You do not even acknowledge that structs exist in here. Do you acknowledge that structs exist? No one. Okay, here we go. So struct region data. Region data evil regions. Okay, so I have to, I think I make the region. Yeah. Yeah. I can't just define it. I have to be like, this is how I have to do it, I think. I have to declare it and then set all of the variables. What's the problem here, though? Int calls, int rows. Matrix.galaxy bulk copies not supported. Oh, am I not allowed to return a matrix? Have I been foiled yet again? Um, I I could do like type def matrix or type def struct ref matrix. I don't think it'll let me return a matrix R either though, because I don't think you can return references. I think you can only pass in references. It might let me do it. Okay, I'm gonna get real bright again here for a second. No. Yeah. Okay. So there are a few issues. Um, so I think though, I can sort of work around them by making a matrix and then passing it in. So what I need to do is just accept the matrix reference M. But then I want to make this a void function. And then instead of new, I want to make it init. Matrix underscore RM. Right. And then I don't actually want to return. I don't like the way that this is being done, that this has to be done, I think. But then I can be like, okay, up here. Oh, I'm gonna need to do this for Matrix too. I really wish that I had pointers. Because I'm gonna have to mimic this for matrices with what I want to do, but it's fine. For now, I just want to see if I can get this to work, I guess. Um, okay. So then what functions do I actually, what matrix functions do I actually need? So I need add. I need a scalar add, right? I need a dot product. I think I need a subtract, but an element-wise subtract instead of a... Okay, so void mat underscore scalar add matrix underscore rm fixed scalar. I think this is the right way to do it. Right way to define it rather. Void mat underscore element underscore sub matrix underscore rm, and I'm gonna act upon the matrices where I can, but I'm also going to at times just for things that I'm gonna need a result matrix for, I'm gonna have a result matrix passed in because I can't return a matrix even if I wanted to. Though it is also better from memory to do that. Matrix R other. And then void mat underscore dot matrix rm matrix r o, and then matrix r result or output, I guess is what I'll call it. Now, I'm sure you cannot guess what I would want all of this specific collection of functions for. You cannot foresee my ambitions, for I am truly it's impossible to predict. Scalar add matrix underscore rm fixed scalar. So this one should be pretty easy. I can also technically do an apply one, which I will need an apply function anyways, so it's good that I can do that. It's good that I can take a function reference, and I think with a function reference, I can apply an arbitrary function to something. So I could apply something like sigmoid or tanh, random functions, or like their derivatives, if that were needed for any reason. I'm, of course, being really, really coy about what I am planning to do. So, void mat scalar add matrix m fixed scalar. Okay. I could technically make this also do memory management and then make mat init return a pointer to the matrix that's created. I don't see why I'd do that. There's not really much reason to do that. Not an init anyways. Well, yes, sort of an init. So instead of taking a matrix into init, I could return a pointer to a matrix. And well, I guess that would be the mat create function, right? That would be like a real mat create function. So I'm gonna like pointer. This is gonna be like a kind of fun little mat new. And then just int rows, int calls. And could be fun, will be needed. Okay. Right, what was I doing? I think that I was doing something silly, probably. Adding. So, size int s equals rows times cols. Oh, m dot rows times. And then for int I equals 0. I'm not going to initialize either. I equals 0. Technically I should, but I also don't care that much about memory. Not here, not yet. I is less than s, I plus equals 1 actually. Plus equals 1, and then doot. M. Oh no. Fixed underscore mem. M dot data plus I equals plus equals scalar. But I do think that I recall something over here in operators about plus equals not always working in fixed or something like that. Where was it? Okay, it says it works, so I'll assume that it will work perfectly and have no problems. And then when it does, I will cry. Okay, so there is the add. Why am I doing this? Oh, I also do need an apply. And I think what I can do here is void apply. Or mat underscore apply. I guess I should do this like up here maybe before any of this. Mat apply. Matrix RM and func ref. Func? Now, can I just do a func ref? Is that how that works? I don't know how func refs work in Galaxyscript, honestly. I have not had to use them before. I'll assume that this will work. Though I guess I could test that really quickly. I'll test that in a bit. I have a random fixed function, and I can set my random seed too, so that should be fine. I might want to make my own random function, just because I think that random seed might be stuffed by other things, and I'd really like to be able to have a deterministic output. So I think eventually I'll also write a random helper utility here. Yeah, it's very not clear what I am doing here, of course. Though, you know? Um, what was I doing? I think making the apply function, because the apply function technically goes between these two. Now, the reason that I'm actually spacing these functions out up here the way I am is because technically I could do like a scalar sub here, and that might eventually be useful for something. So I'm just kind of like leaving some room for some of the things that might be nice. Void mat underscore scalar underscore apply. Matrix A. Matrix underscore RM. func int s equals m dot rows times m dot calls. I think I'm gonna int size. I think I'm gonna make size also a thing that's just kind of on the m dot size equals m dot rows times m dot calls, just so I don't have to keep calculating it. It's probably slightly more efficient to store it than to continuously calculate it like I have been. And in some languages, I can trust that that would be like optimized away just a little bit, but I really do not trust this to do that. There we go. I don't need to do s anymore. I can just do I and I, or I equals 0, I less than m dot size, I plus equals 1, and then fixed mem m dot data plus I equals func. I think this is how this works. Fixed mem m dot data plus I, not plus 1, plus I. So what I want to be passing in here is the, oh, but actually, I think for this one, I want to do actually loop over rows and calls. Row and call, because I want to, I kind of want to pass in like data, then row, then call to this function, right? Um, for row equals 0, row less than m dot rows, m plus plus, not m, row plus equals 1. And then I guess I'm gonna put this above everything else because technically it's more of a helper function than anything. Int mat at int row, int call, int rows, right? So then int mat at rows, int row, int call. I think I actually want to do calls here instead. And then return row times calls plus call. Cool. And then I can do mat at m dot calls row call. Okay, then for call equals 0, call less than m dot calls, call plus equals 1. Then I move this up here, and that should be good. Now, I want to see if I can actually use this apply function. So how do I want to do this? I think I want to make a print function for the matrix also, which will also be kind of a helper function, but it's also, so it's going right under an void mat print matrix underscore m. And oh, there's going to be an ad soon. Fair warning. mat print matrix underscore rm. This should be a void function. This should be a void function. Okay. For so I think I want to print out each column and no, I want to print out each row individually, which should be pretty easy because I just collect the row. Can I print out without line breaks though? That's I'm kind of wondering if I can do that. The answer is probably not. Maybe with the debug though. So maybe I should actually look into that. Trigger debug output. Debug message type. Lovely. Okay. Include game UI? This has to be text though, and I'm gonna guess that it's gonna do a line break. Yeah, it's definitely gonna do a line break after, which means that it really doesn't matter whether or not whether I use this or whether I use so I think it's better to just keep using UI display message, I think. I'm pretty sure. But I am going to need a text equal or text display. And this is gonna be a kind of inefficient function, but it's fine. For row, oh, I also am gonna need int row call for row equals 0, row less than m dot rows, row plus equals 1. And then I'm gonna want to do the same for call plus equals call less than m dot calls, call plus equals 1. And then I'm going to want to reset the display right here. So display equals and I think I'm actually going to want to start this at 1 just so that I can be like display equals text dot no int to no fixed to text. Then I can do m dot data m dot calls no not m dot data yeah m dot data mat at m dot calls m dot or not m dot row then 0. Why is this a problem? Oh, because that's not how that works. Oh, I'm so in love with how I have things working. This has me truly enchanted. That's a lie. This does not have me enchanted. This has me bewildered. Fix mem. That actually should work. Why is this not working? What? Fixed mem. Oh, you expected 2 arguments because you actually want the precision, of course. Okay, we'll set your precision to 4. You can show it to precision of 4. That's fine. display plus equals string to text plus. I'm gonna just copy this. So I guess I could just make this an empty one and then, yeah, probably. Okay. And then apply this to the end instead of the beginning. Because an empty string is kind of meaningless there anyways. String to text. Technically, I should probably like load external strings for these instead of doing what I'm currently doing, but it's fine. UI display message player group all C underscore message area debug maybe. Then display. Why is player group all a problem here? Oh, because I miss. Okay. Then if I make a new matrix, right? So this is gonna be sketchy. Matrix M. Mat init mat. What's the problem? Oh, I want you to be 8 by 2 for now. No, we'll say 4 by 2. Mat print mat. Okay. It's gonna be really bright here in a second. Okay, should be good. Invalid, possibly incorrect variable name at line 20. Okay. Funcgraph. Yeah. So how do I do a valid funcgraph? Do you have funcgraph anywhere? Funcgraph Galaxyscript. Maybe you say something about funcgraph. Nope, come on. No. Okay, this is fine. Why do you keep bringing me back here? It says nothing about anything that I care about. Okay. I just want to see funcgraph in use anywhere. I guess technically if I come up here, right, I can search this, right? Galaxy reference. Funcgraph. Maybe you'll tell me something about funcgraph. Prototype. Okay. So technically what I want to do then is example no. Fix apply sample mat, or no, mat apply sample. And then I want to take in fixed. Fixed. X. Fixed point data E element. We'll say E for element. And then int row, int col. And then multiply. Okay. Then I can do the same down here. But what's the problem? Oh, okay. Mat underscore at m dot calls row call. There we go. All is well. Everything is perfectly fine. It's going to be real bright again here for a second. Okay. That is not how that should be displaying, I do not believe. I wanted it to be rows calls, not calls rows, but I think that technically just displayed as rows calls. But that also might be... So what if I try to display you in the chat area? Like that might have just been a it's too small of an area thing, right? I guess I could do this instead. It's gonna be real bright again here for a second. Every time that is painful. Actually, no, because it's 4 down. It was 4 down and 2 wide, which is what I wanted. Okay, cool. Then 4. Okay, no. I don't have any viewers, I don't think, so there's no one here to actually know what I'm getting at with these functions the way that I am. But I am vaguely planning to do a neural network in Galaxyscript, if that was not clear. Because I hate myself, I think. I think that's why. I think that's why I'm doing this. Oh, technically, I think I should call this Matt Alec. And then I want to make a void map free. Matrix. Matrix RM. I really should have a map free here. Void mat free. Matrix underscore R M. Then all I actually technically should need to do is m.rows equals 0, m.calls equals 0, m.size equals 0. Technically, I don't need to do all this zeroing of the data, but I want to make sure that it isn't like, oh, hey, I still have this data available. I still am this matrix. I don't want to... Essentially, I want to make sure that the matrix is very clearly not in a usable state anymore. That's my plan. M dot no. Alec fixed. No, free fixed. I'm getting to use free now. Matt M dot D. I know what I'm doing. Matt free. Cool. I think I'm maybe gonna just finish the matrix because I do have D and D in like 3.5 hours. I think I'm gonna just finish the Matrix stuff today. And then tomorrow, no, not tomorrow, Monday, because tomorrow I have D&D really early. Monday, I will do the rest of this. And I've set alarms, so hopefully I'll actually do that. Void mat underscore. Mat apply. I already did mat apply. I already did mat scalar add. So now I should do mat scalar sub. Matrix, not scalar element. Matrix RM. Matrix. And we're going to say that the element-wise stuff will just act on M. Right. So then int row. Technically, I should make sure that they are the same size. So if m dot calls not equals o dot calls, or then I want to UI display message player group all. I should really just here. I'm gonna make a nice little logging dot galaxy, and I'm gonna add a few functions to it to make my life easier. So display error, void display error, string error. Right. So I want to display an error here, and UI display message error. No. Player group all. UI or C underscore message area error. And then string to text error. And I think to make this a bit easier, to make more generic, I'm gonna do just message. And then I think I also want to just void display message. Because what I really want to do, right, is I want to make it so that I can just pass in strings, because strings are a lot easier to deal with than text is. String message. And then I also want here to do, I want to take the message area, which is an int message area. Then UI display message, or player group all. I'm going to assume that everything that I want to display for now is meant to be displayed to everyone, just because, again, that's a lot easier. Then message area and message. No, string to text message. And then down here, I can just do display message, C error, or C message area message. Then I want to kind of do like debug too. Display debug. And here I can just change this to debug. And that should just make it a little bit easier to kind of do some include scripts / logging. That should just make it a little bit easier to do a bit of logging stuff, right? And it'll let me kind of change how I want to kind of display these messages too pretty easily. Like if I want to have them any certain colors that are special or anything like that, you know? If I want to do any more, like maybe I do actually want to use that whatever debug right error thing eventually. I don't know. It lets me be lazy. That's the real reason I'm doing this. And realistically, I should convert like everything else that I've done to that, but maybe I'll do that later. And I say that, but it's never going to happen. Display error invalid matrix dimensions. And I do actually want to return here too. Because if I do act on this, then it can very severely mess up a lot of stuff. Because, I could be accessing data that I shouldn't be, stuff like that. Then I could accidentally overwrite something else's data. I'm in a very, very scary world right here, where the only errors I'm getting are the errors that I make for myself for the most part. In terms of data stuff, at least. Then in theory, I should be able to just go over all of the data, right? And kind of, like, I shouldn't actually need to, for the subtraction, I shouldn't need to, so basically, I can just int I here, right? Because as long as there's the same dimension, which I just guarantee that they are, all I need to loop over is the size. And then fixed mem m dot size, no, m dot data plus I equals minus equals fixed mem o dot data plus I. And I can't do I plus plus because this needs to be plus equals 1. Okay. This works. This, in theory, works. It would be a lot easier to validate that this works if I had a fill function. But what I do have is an imply function. And I can do just, for now, fixed apply, or fixed fill 1. I don't like this. That's fixed data and row and call. Fill 1. And then return 1.0. And then match.apply fill 1. This also will kind of validate my apply function, assuming it works. Oh, not dot apply, I'm at reply. Oh, I need to pass in the matrix too. I'm real good at this. Okay. Function declared but not defined. What do you mean? What do you mean function? Where? Where is this happening? What function is declared but not defined? Mat apply? Did I not? Oh, I did scalar apply. Mat apply. Okay. It's gonna be real bright again for a second. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. It worked. Vaguely. Now I could also do like, which I am gonna do actually really quick. Fixed fill random. And then fixed data, int row, int call. And I want to return random fixed. And does random fixed take a value? Okay, I'm gonna go from 0 to 1. And then I want to apply random fixed, right? Why are you not? Oh, fill random. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. Now it's gonna get real bright again because I need to test this. And I'm gonna just assume that that'll work. And then I want to mat print mat. I'm gonna want to display debug. I'm just gonna want to display an empty string in debug to kind of skip a line. Mat scalar add 1. This is to test to make sure that adding just like 1 works. Okay. Ow. One, two, three, four. So cool. That looks to work. Scalar adding is definitely working. Something isn't working though. It's either in the print function or in the random function. Because I'm getting this. Oh, there we go. See, it was in this function. Okay. Now time to test again. How? Uh, Everything is working. Cool. I maybe I can do that. I think that it actually needs to be like this. I think this is technically how I do that. I'll try L. Yeah, cool. Then I can pop back over here, and I'm gonna make another matrix, and I'm gonna do fill 1, just so that I know that it works. Matrix. It's other. Matrix other. Yeah. Matrix other. Mat alec. Other for 2. Mat apply. Other fill 1. What's the problem with this line? Oh, right. This has to be declared up here because pain. Other fill one, mat element sub. Mat other. And then mat print mat. Cool. Now in theory, it's gonna get real bright again. It should work. In theory. It does work perfectly, beautifully, wonderfully. Heck yeah. Okay. So all that's left is dot product matrix result. And for that, I'm going to need to take a result. And so I think I actually want to allocate all of the matrices up here at the top. And I want to do mat alloc result. Should be what, 4, 4? So it's the rows of A and the columns of B, I think. It's been a minute since it hasn't actually been a minute, but matrix dot product. It's the rows of A and the calls of B, right? Rows, no. I don't really wanna type it out. Oh, I'm also probably gonna need a transpose function, actually. I will note that. I expect that I should need that. So it is the, oops, these are, okay, so it's the rows of A and the columns of B. So rows of M and calls of B. Rows M, mat, calls, rows A, mat, calls B, so 4. I think that's right. We're gonna look at this again. You have one row. You have you have 2 columns. I think that's right. Matrix math hurts me. It actually usually doesn't. I'm just have been doing this for a minute, believe it or not. Row of A. A call of A and row of B? Row of A and, no, it's just rows of A and calls of B, I believe. I hope. So mat dot rows other dot calls. I'm maybe going to go reference something else that I have worked on. Control O. To do. You don't need to see this code because it's bad. I mean, the code that I'm working on now is bad, but that's also deliberate. See? Here. So it should be the rows of The calls of A and the rows of B is apparently the answer. Apparently. And that does assume that I'm taking rows in as the first element, right? Yeah, okay. I'll trust this. For now. Okay. Not memory, matrix. Now, I'm gonna have to do dynamic matrix allocation stuff too, right? Oh, this is gonna be fun because I'm gonna have to basically replicate what I've done over in memory, but with matrices as well. I think because I'm gonna need matrices with an uncertain dimension. I can probably decrease the size of the blocks though for the matrices because I probably am not going to need like 64 or 64 matrices at a time, all of the time. I might though. Let's see. No, I should need like at worst I should need like 8 usually. 8 per request at least. 8 per pointer most of the time. So I think that's what I'm probably going to make it, maybe 4. See, I don't want to make these block sizes too large, but anyway, what was I doing? Right. Avoiding doing the dot product. Matrix R M matrix O output. Okay. Now, I'm taking this with me. There we go. Okay. Definitely not going to reference anything else. There is nothing behind the curtain. If m dot calls not equals o dot rows, log, is it logging display error, invalid matrix dimension. I don't actually want this to be here. Then if output dot rows not equals the stars, and no, listen again. Definitely not referencing anything else. God, come on. Display error, invalid output matrix supplied. Okay. For let, not let, Listen. Int row, int call, and I'm gonna need a sum too. But sum should be fixed, not int. Row equals 0. Row less than m dot rows? No. Yeah, I'll just output the rows. Row plus equals 1. For call equals 0. Call less than output dot calls. Call plus equals 1. Sum equals 0. I don't think I technically need to do 0.0, but for I don't want to be wrong here. I need a k. I'm gonna make it I though. I equals 0. I less than m dot calls. I plus equals 1. Then sum plus equals m. Oh no. Okay. Matrix. No. Data fixed mem times fixed mem. Now I just need to get the actual points. So then mat Galaxyscript is the Starcraft 2 arcade. Starcraft 2, not technical arcade. Starcraft 2 language that you have to use to write arcade maps in Starcraft 2, as well as like mods and stuff. Starcraft 2 being a game. Um and so it doesn't have pointers and it's C-like. So I've done a little bit of making, a bit of dynamic-ish memory stuff. And now I have a matrix-ish library. And the end goal at this point, honestly, is to try to make a neural network um in it. I don't know why, honestly. I think I've lost the kind of point of why at this point. So uh not at m dot calls. Yes. I guarantee I can all but guarantee that it is possible, given what I have discovered so far. I can do an apply function with function refs. I've done vaguely dynamic memory by setting up my own allocation for all the different memory types I might need. I'll have to do this again for matrices to dynamically allocate matrices for that is in a matrix an array that's an array that size is determined at runtime rather than a constant. That's what this entire file is for. Not m dot calls row. Okay. Okay, I have tested the memory. I have tested the matrix, at least to some extent. I've tested that everything but the matrix dot product works so far. I've tested that subtraction, addition, and apply works. I have this matrix print function that I used for that. I am sure that matrix allocation works because the other things work. Matrix free should work because all it's really doing is using m dot or a free fixed, which I did also test worked. Well, technically I tested that free byte worked and alloc byte worked, but it's just copy pasted. So that is one way that I could make that generic, actually. I could accept array refs in it. I could make a generic alloc and a generic right. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that later. So here I can do pointer alloc no alloc generic and then int count. But then before that I also want to pass in like array ref. Yeah, it's gonna be a later me problem, but like alloc generic will definitely have to happen because I'm also gonna need to make an allocator and a freer for matrices, and if I have a generic here, then I can just it'll be a lot easier, and then I can also cut down a lot of the code in this file because most of it is just copy pasted with a few variables switched. And with array refs, I think I can make it happen. I should not be doing what I am currently doing right now to this poor, poor language. But it's fine. O dot data. So, by the way, it would be incredibly easy to accidentally not do data right, not do my pointers right. Uh, I am living on the edge right now because what's really happening is this is an integer, and I'm treating it like a pointer into this, and then my offset is whatever's added to that. I was working so far, so oh no. Mat o dot calls. Yeah, it's it's very finicky because I have to be very careful that I'm like making sure that I'm doing it right and it's not as intuitive because I'm not used to pointers like that. I'm not used to treating pointer. I'm not used to treating this syntax of pointers, I guess is what I'm saying, you know? Also, I definitely very much over-engineered my allocation. But it should be relatively efficient, so okay, no one was listening when I was doing my application probably. So I'm gonna go over a little bit of what it does. So it's not super impressive, but uh essentially have a list of points in the memory, right? Uh like a list of what is how far ahead is allocated in alloc from. So then whenever I do allocate memory, I will set it. So like if I'm only allocating one chunk of memory, then I'll set this to 1. But then if I'm allocating 2, I'll set this to 2 and set this to 1. And then when I do go through and try to allocate more, if I do have to go over this, like if I'm like right, that's a really bad example spot. I'm gonna say this. If I'm like right here, eh, if I'm right here, I will skip 1 to the next one. Then I'll be like, oh no. Then I go all the way over here. And it took me a while to get that to work and make sure that it would not have any bugs when it happened. But it did work. So like I have no regrets. It also will not allocate too closely to the end of the data, just so that I do not have to deal with trying to like wrap around or anything. Because I would not be able to deal with wrapping around every time I'm using fixed mem. I'm gonna be real. I do not want to do that much modulus. Like it's another thing to remember to put there every time that I would probably eventually forget. This is probably not a perfect approach, but it is what I managed. I'm not at o.calls. And then oh, uh, then fix mem output dot data plus. I'm at. Uh-huh. You know, if I just took a matrix in here, then I could just do. I could cut out the m.data part of this, but it's too late. I'm not rewriting everything. Equals sum. Okay, this is what I need. But yeah, my goal here is to make a neural network, right? With like proper like matrix stuff for it. And I think I'm getting there. I think I might actually manage. Just maybe. Output dot calls. Output dot no. Output. Okay. Uh, that's fair, honestly. Um, I don't think that I'm actually. I think that I have to do this if I want to do this. Because I need the the calls of M to be the rows of O. Cool. Technically, this can do whatever then, right? And then I'm gonna actually just make this like a little, very small matrix so I can make sure that it's hopefully working. You know? So I think this should make a 2x2 matrix in the output, I think. Assuming I'm doing this right, this should make a 2x2 matrix. That's pretty sure. And what I want to do here is I want to fill matrix with random. I think I want to fill other with random. And then I want to do mat under dot matrix mat other, and then result, and then I want to oops, that's what I meant to do. I want to do that, and then I want to show the result. Okay. Now, oh sorry, I should have mentioned that I was gonna be real bright. I try to, but okay. I'm gonna take a screenshot here. Okay. It told me that the invalid output matrix was supplied, which means I did something wrong. So the calls of M should be the did I just have it backwards? Was I right the first time when I thought that was kind of dumb? Okay. It's gonna be real bright again. Sorry, I can't make the editor any darker than it is, so. Okay. Let's see. So I believe it would be this times this plus this times this. Why are they the same? Why are these two matrices the same? Am I printing that twice? I am. Okay. And do that one more time. It's going to be real bright again. Now, going to take a screenshot again, just so that I have kind of the, because it's going to fade eventually. So I don't remember how to do matrix multiplication like by hand, honestly. Do we just want to assume that this is right? I basically copied it from other code that I had written before when I had a better idea of what I was doing. So I'm just going to assume that this is giving me the correct output. So, oh, maybe I shouldn't have closed that. So the output format is rows and columns. I can go find the print function. So it is printing each row as like a fixed. Because, oh right, I don't have floats. I do not have access to floats. I have fixed instead. This is not going to be a very good model. So this is the column. This is two columns, and this is two rows here. So row 0 and row 1. And then column 0, column 1. And of course, row 0 up here, because these are separate ones. I don't really remember how to do matrix multiplication off the top of my head. And I'm gonna pretend that I know that this is right. And let's see. So to have a neural network, all I technically need is one layer. But I should also have a bias. I should have weights and biases. Right. I should have a weights matrix and a bias matrix, which means that I'm gonna have to do more work, but also use a valid option. Did I close it? Okay. One more quick. I think I'm probably gonna do the matrix stuff next stream because I have stuff to do in theory. If it happens in in a few hours, we'll see. So I have D&D that might happen, but it very often does not. So we shall see if it happens. Okay. Matrix dot product calculator. Will you stop blinding me. Can I change your I can. Nope. I want you to be 2 by 1 and 1 by 2. And then boop. Okay. O dot 7202. Technically, this isn't the full thing, so as long as it's close, it's fine. And then O dot 0625. O dot 4768. Execute. Oh, okay. What's wrong? But I think it's only kind of wrong because I think the actual problem, right? Output dot rows is m dot rows. Output dot calls is o dot calls. And then up here, m dot calls is output dot rows. What? Like, I don't understand. The calculator says that I don't think so. I think this is what I'm supposed to get as an answer, but I don't know how. Let me come over here. Matt Alec. Matt 1, 2, 2. This would probably be right, right? So then m dot calls if, but then okay, it's gonna be right again. I have honestly no idea what I am doing. Also, these should both be returning. I am a foolish fool who fools. I really do not want to keep doing this function. Because if I keep doing this function and the inputs are wrong, then it can just corrupt data elsewhere, technically. So realistically with matrices of this size, right, I've got enough of a buffer that it won't matter. Because technically this is allocated in like 64, I think. I'm pretty sure that my chunk size is 64. So I've got like a padding of like 50 some floats on top of the actual size here. But technically, if I got it wrong, I could exceed my allocated memory, which would be not great for me to do. I would like to not do that. So I would like to return here. Um, input calls is not other dot rows. Yeah, that looks good to me. Output dot rows, not this them dot rows. Output dot calls, not o dot calls. Okay. Well, this is identical almost to other code that I have that I think works usually. So I don't know. Uh, let's see. I guess I have a bug over here that also now exists over here, but I never actually tested it properly over there, is my best guess. Um, but also I don't, this sounds like so much work. Okay. Um, so testing is important, but in my defense, it works. It somehow the totality of the other thing works, and thus the fact that apparently there might be a bug somewhere is not usually relevant. It gives me the results I'm looking for. So what I'm talking about is a matrix library in TypeScript that is also being used for a neural network library in TypeScript. I'm basically porting TypeScript to Galaxyscript right now, except this memory stuff, which I just wrote, and I hate myself for. I hate myself for doing this, but the idea is that I will also do other stupid things with Galaxyscript, and that this memory will be a launching off point for that. Because they do kind of need at least some type of pointers, right? I don't I don't know what I've done wrong here, and I don't like it. Up dot rows, updot dot calls. So the reason I need pointers is because I have no other way to do things like have an array. Yeah. So for example, I really in this matrix um want to be able to have an array that is of a size that is decided at runtime, but I cannot do that. If I want to have an array, like array proper, it has to have a constant size. So I have cheated and made sort of pointers, which this is actually just a type def of an int. I only really added the pointer type to make it a bit clearer what was that it was meant to act as a pointer. Um, but I have these pointers to make it so that I can do that without being in pain. I can have this, and all is well, mostly, except when it isn't. Uh, right. fixed mem output judo dot so this dot call rows. So maybe I'm just thinking about this backwards, right? Maybe I'm taking things in on the other one slightly differently. And let's see. Let's see. If I just do it like this, right? Will it give me the output that I expect? Calls rows. Okay. Blinding. Will you now give me what I want? No. But if I do rows and calls. Okay. Blinding again in a second. A lot of the fact that that is so blinding is just that everything else is so dark. Okay. Here we go. Let's take this over here. Let's close out of this one. And let us O.0740 O.6313 O.4458 and O.1135. So this is about right. I think this is within rounding error, which means that I just need to swap out. I basically just need to swap out M and O in this function, and I think I'm going to do that in a bit silly of a way and make this 1 O M, then and now I this is an experience. I will say that. Okay. Now I think, okay, give me a second. Gonna be bright again. I think that this should give me the output that I'm looking for. Yes, because we already kind of established that the math was definitely working fine. It was just the size that was wrong. So now, cool. And I think what I'm going to do, I think the last thing I'm going to do before I kind of wrap up is kind of set up the generic allocation stuff. So what I want to take in this is int chunk count and then array ref chunk list. Or I guess I should just do int chunk count, int chunk size. Array ref. Oh. See, I'd like a reference to. Don't look at what I'm doing, it's sinful. Just look away from the screen, it's fine. We don't need to talk about it. Oh, right, I can't do that. Well, they should all initialize as 0 anyways, so. It's fine. now I can pass in references to these. I will need to do a few changes here and there, but it's fine. None of those need to be changed. Okay, those are all fine. Cool, cool. Then oh no, I actually have to go up to the top here. Okay, why is that a problem? Oh, equals 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, listen. In theory, this should still work perfectly fine. Mostly. What is the error here? Okay, there is an error that should happen. Cool. Int chunk size, and then I need 3 array refs. Array. Also, I would like to pass in the size first, just to be consistent with how I'm laying things out up there. Count, and then array ref. I don't like this. Mem. Do I need to pass in the mem here, though? Not technically, no. While it will be kind of referring to the mem, I don't actually technically need to pass in the mem, I think, because none of these functions actually act on the memory themselves. They act upon the elect from and elect index. Should I zero memory when I'm freeing it? Should I zero memory when I'm allocating it? Let's see what malloc does. I'm basing some of this relatively off of malloc. So let's see what malloc does. 0. Do you zero memory? You do zero memory. That's problematic because that means I have to zero memory. Okay. Which means I do have to take the memory in. And I do have to do a bit of reworking. Anyway. Do I need to zero the whole... Should I zero the whole chunk or just the memory that I'm actually letting them access? I think I should just zero the memory that I'm actually telling them they can access. That will decrease the amount of writing I have to do. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Elect from array ref elect index array ref mem and the count. I guess I should pass the count in first because to be consistent with the other. kind of just like, yeah, this is what's from here, and then all the rest of this. Okay. And then pointer, alloc, oh, that should be capital. Pointer, alloc, generic. Okay. And then, oh, I need to define what these array refs are type of, I think, as well. I think that's how array refs work. So I think I'd be, it might be able to tell me over here. Yeah, cool. You're an int. You are an int. What? What do you mean? I am sorry. Currently, you have to mask array type using a type def and use the type def as array type. Lovely. I am type def array type. Why? Integer? Int. Okay. Oh, can I not have a generic mem type? I cannot. Yeah, the memory isn't getting zeroed. If you want zeroed memory, you're zeroing it yourself. No, I'll zero it in the specific function, since technically how it should be zeroed should be defined there anyways, because bools should obviously be made to be false. Strings should be made to be empty strings, so on and so forth. Um, so then this is what I need to be doing here, right? This is what it wanted me to do? Or no? Then what did it want me to do? Currently you have to mask array type using typedef. Typedef? Okay. I was really hoping that would be the case, and I don't think it was. Array ref int ref. No, how do you work? I don't know what it wants me to be doing, honestly. Neither of the things that I have tried have worked, basically. It is distinctly possible, though, that technically this will work, but my editor is just complaining about it. I'm gonna not take in the mem, though, here, because since I'm not going to be able to zero the mem anyways in the generic function, I'm going to have to zero the mem in here. Elect index is an array ref of type integer as well. What do you mean these are not the same? What? Why say thee this? Eh, I'm being attacked from every side. Okay, ow, ow. Hopefully, this will work now. No. Oh, if I just like, if I return 1 here, this isn't an implemented function, but it is. Okay, now I gotta go try again. No. Wait, what? Expected array type. Ow, I scrolled the wrong direction. Oh, does it maybe want like int array here? This is probably what it wants. I'm gonna guess this is what it wants. And if it isn't, then I have no clue. Okay, so then I come over here, do this, blinding. So, I can't make a generic function of this is what I'm seeing. Because I have to actually give it an array size up here, which I don't want to do. Unless I'm allowed to just give it like a 0 array size and pretend. But I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to want any array past n to then be size 0. Okay, that was expected. Blinding. By the way, I'm really digging Hyperland, honestly. Okay, so like now if I do pass in, so I'm just gonna do this from main. I'm gonna do alloc generic. I'm gonna comment all this out. Alloc generic. 1, 1, 1, and then internal bool alloc from internal bool alloc index. So then what I'm expecting to happen here is that it's going to be like, these aren't arrays of 1. Why are you like this? And then it's going to give me an error. What? What even? Parameter type does not match function definite. So what I'm guessing is that it's giving me a wrong line again because it does this all of the time. And what it's really complaining about is alloc generic. But I can't have a in dimensional array. Or like in any dimensional array, right? I can't have an array with unknown dimensions here. I just am not allowed to do so. And I do not know. Yeah, I just don't think that I can do a generic. Unless I define what the generic has to be in terms of those sizes. Unless I'm missing something. I am technically in the um I'll search for array wrap in the SC2 Mapster Discord server. It looks like you just have to have the yeah, the types and sizes must exactly match. So I can't have a generic version of this function is what I'm seeing. Which kind of sucks, because I was really like, yeah, I can just have a generic allocate function. And then it'll all be fine. But no, I cannot. I cannot live out my dreams. I guess all I would actually need to like all I would need to force to be consistent though would technically be the chunk count and not the chunk size, right? Am I willing to make the chunk count, to force the chunk count to be static? I think so. I think I'm willing to do that. Um, Also, I'm going to make the chunk count bigger. Just 'cause I'm going to need it later. When I get into like making a bunch of... I'm going to make the chunk size smaller and the chunk count bigger. Because I'm just going to need that to be the case. Well, the chunk count to be bigger. Yeah. Because I need a bunch of matrices. And each matrice is going to want to allocate its own memory. Okay. Um, generic chunk size. Int 1. Oh, my phone just buzzed. That was... Okay, I should check this really quick. Okay, it's just mail. Int boop. Oh. Int boop. And then int 1. Okay. I really do not like that this has to be a array ref here. And that I had to make this an array because of it. But it's fine, it's fine. And then instead of using these things here, instead of using the elect from things here, right? You can just be like, okay, well, let's do this, right? Oh no. Yeah, okay. By elect index, by elect index. Cool. And now, there are any more capitals here? Um, I guess I should also ask for a string of the type, right? Type. Just so that I can yell about the the type being out of the memory of that type. So like add a byte memory, add a etc. memory. And then in theory, I might be able to just control Z back to a time where I had a byte elec test, and then I can. And then copy this. Oh, I despise this. Cool. Then I just control Y. All is well. Cool. Then I want to control slash this. I want to do this. And now I can save this. I can. Right, by test, I did mean that I just wrote something in main that tested it, by the way. If that was not clear earlier. Because I didn't make it clear earlier at all. Um, so then int p. And I should be able to just like cut out the rest of this function for now. And then I will want to zero out the memory. Oh, fuck. Well, I have the test set up for byte, so I should do byte. Okay. So int p, and then p equals generic alloc generic, and that should be count byte chunk size I think I technically should just, since I'm assuming that the chunk count is generic chunk count in here anyways, I can get rid of this part of the function. And then byte internal byte mem elect from internal byte elect index. And then I want to you scream about byte if you're, and then return p. If p not equals -1 for, I want to do I to I equals 0. Int, not int, I equals 0, I less than count I plus equals 1. And then I want to, because I'm technically, I should be zeroing the data here. So I'm going to actually implement that. Internal byte elect index. So then all that I should need to do here is byte mem p plus I equals 0. And I want to do at least spaces there. And now, yeah, bright. It should work in theory. No, it did not work. Incorrect variable names. Pointer alloc byte. Alloc underscore byte. Ow. What? Possibly an incorrect. What does that even mean? Well, oh, they did say it had to be masked. We'll see. Yeah, bright. My eyes are melted. Right. So I accidentally went to the wrong thing again. I think that the issue is that, okay, yeah. So then I'm gonna need to do a bit of type defing right here. Technically, I won't. I think I'll do my type defing above this instead. So then type def int generic chunk count. It should actually be count, not size. Uh, uh, internal generic internal generic allocked from type def int1 internal generic allocked index. Cool. Now in theory, maybe this will work. I am simply hoping at this point, honestly. Okay, it's gonna be real bright again here for a second. It worked, I think. Now to test if it actually worked, I need to allocate slightly more memory than I should be able to have, I think. And now, if it did work, then I should get an error. Yeah. Okay. Heck yeah. That means that I can now make all of these things like super generic. I am so happy about this. Because now I can just be like, hey, you. I think I'm gonna do greater than 0 here. Instead of not -1. Bool chunk size, internal bool, internal bool, bool, and then bool mem. and you should be false. Oh, generic. I think that there's actually an uninitialized string thing too. I'll check that when I get there. Right. Bool, 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 bool. P, I, S, S, count. I plus equals 1. Bool, ma'am. Cool. This is letting me do so much code down. I am glad that this worked out. Fixed. Okay. And gonna just pop back up here, grab this again. Because I already got rid of all the byte stuff in there. Cool. I'm gonna make you 0.0 here for fixed, and then I'm gonna leave you over, and gonna set up to do byte memory first. And there's a cat at my door being very mowy, apparently. I will go check what is up with that once I get this code reduction-ish done. I could probably make a generic free, but honestly, free is so simple that I'm not sure if I want. Like, would it be beneficial for me to make a generic free? Honestly, no. Making a generic free would actually would require me lock in the chunk size too, which I really do not want to do. I want to at least be able to say I only want chunks of 4 matrices, right? Now there was like C uninitialized string or something, right? C underscore uninitialized. C string. I guess this is just null. I guess an empty string just initializes as null. Okay. I'll still say C empty string here. Just to be nice. Okay. I think this is all just about right. I'm gonna leave the freeze all kind of as they are, but I do want to do a real quick. Okay, well first I will be right back because I'm gonna go check on my cat. So I am back, I believe. And it looks like all the cats are alive, so all should be well. So I think this is probably gonna be the last thing I do before stream ends. I want to set up a this is gonna be really confusing because there's gonna be a Matt Alec and an Alec Matt. Maybe I should make it Alec Matrix instead, just to give that bit of distinction. Um, but what I want to do is do some memory stuff for this, right? I think I'm gonna have this like be a little tiny module on top instead of being later, right? So, um, let's see. So I think that I want to do, right? So I need at least to make um const int matrix underscore chunk underscore, I think, and then I want to make this 4, right? Matrix chunk size 4, slightly smaller, but I also feel like I'm not going to need matrices and chunks. I'll make it 8. I just don't really expect. So this is mostly being made for like neural networky stuff, right? That was my plan. I'm going to implement a neural network in Galaxyscript because I hate myself. I don't have a good reason. So I wanted to. I need. I don't expect I will have a neural network with matrices that are larger than, or with more than 8 layers. I believe is the right way to think about that. So I should be able to just copy a lot of this stuff. Uh, internal, and then also, dude. And technically it has to be the generic size now, but I'll still matrix underscore chunk count equals generic chunk count. It technically has to be this generic chunk count, but I'll still let it be kind of technically a bit nebulous. Um, and then matrix mem. I have no reason to put it somewhere ahead now. Internal matrix from matrix chunk count, and then finally internal matrix out index. And that's actually okay. So when I allocate this memory, I can technically also free anything that was being kind of held there, right? In terms of fixed. So that's cool. That'll be neat. To do in the free function, I'm setting it to like -1, right? Mat free. Oh, I should m dot I do need to set it to -1 after I forget though. M dot free or m dot data equals -1. Okay. And I wanna over here in the free functions. No, I'll handle that in the yeah, because I don't really want to be freeing data that I don't own, right? And technically, I should probably make that give an error trying to free data that isn't owned, but I don't want to. So I'm not gonna. Matrix over here. So, matrix. So I'm gonna go through and free all of the matrices in the all the matrices within the area in the allocation, right? So then matrix. So pointer how am I defining this function? Pointer alloc matrix and pointer and void pointer alloc matrix equals pointer alloc matrix int count and void free matrix pointer pointer. And then I do this again. I'm like there. Just that for now. Pointer alloc matrix int count, right? Oh, heck. Int count. And then alloc generic. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Alloc generic count matrix chunk size internal generic allowed alloc from internal matrix alloc from internal matrix like index and then matrix. Technically that is all cool. I do want to do int I up here and then int p is that matrix, and then I want to return p, but before I return p I should do if p greater than 0, so if I didn't get an error for I equals 0, I less than I less than count I plus plus, and then I plus plus doesn't exist, has to I plus equals 1. Generic. So then mat free matrix mem p plus I. Why does this not think that's a good idea? Oh, because matrix free is defined later. Okay. I guess I will move this to the bottom instead then. It doesn't really matter where I do this as long as I do this. Technically, I'll just treat this as a part of the functions that should be defined, and then define this is the actual definition down there. But I'm gonna put it at the top of the functions to be defined. I like matrix and then void matrix. Free matrix. Nope, not that. Int, no. Pointer. Technically, pointers and ints are the same thing. But I would like to be a bit clear with my type definition. Now, can I just copy some of the code from over here? I would like to so this is going a bit off the rails, right? But I would like to actually free the matrix. I would like to actually free the matrices before, like while freeing them here, right? So nah, yeah, I will. I will do this. For I'm gonna change this to P here, and then an I. Right. So that's sorta that pointer. Oh no, actually. Um int C equals because technically, right? I don't know if I like doing so much work to free these, honestly. So I'm not going to. I'm just going to leave this as the kind of generic free that I currently have, and then pray that people remember to use the matrix free function before they do free matrix on a pointer. And if they do allocate new matrices, technically it'll, if that area overlaps, it'll free that area anyways. So like, it's fine. I don't see any problem with this. To do maybe free the memory, the matrix used in here. Okay. I'm not sure if it's like super technically good conventionally to do that, but I also feel like it would be a good idea for kind of safety reasons to make sure that, well, it's not safety reasons as much as it's not memory leaking reasons. And I would like to not memory leak. But In theory, I could do this with matrix now, right? So I do want to make sure that the alloc matrix byte. Am I using byte anywhere? No. Okay. Now it's going to be bright again for a second, just for warning. In line 67 of matrix. What's happening in line 67? Why? How? Am I using the wrong chunk size over here, maybe? That's all I can really think of. I am using byte chunk count at the very least. Oh, but this should be technically internal generic. What is a problem is this chunk size, because this should just be chunk size. I'm glad I did check that. Count. Oh, that's actually not an internal. Because I made some of the things internal, but I think generic chunk count is technically not one of the things that's like super explicitly internal. There's no more byte stuff in there. Cool. It's gonna be a bit bright here again in a second. I'm also probably gonna stop streaming here once I actually confirm this is working. Okay. It is indeed working mostly. Now I want to make sure that it is working even slightly more by going over what it should be, right? So now I'm going to be, yep, cool. I got an issue about trying to access an element past the end of an array. Oh, okay. That's what this, cool. Yeah, no, that all looks like it works. Heck yeah. Which means next time, probably that next time is a good question. Next time though, I will try to actually implement the kind of neural network things I was planning. And I'll probably add that to the title of my stream. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to do it, which is when I first started this today, which is why. I spent a whole like hour planning before the stream about some of the things that I could do to make things work in Galaxyscript. And you know, I'm honestly, I think it's working. So, uh, yeah. Well, anyone who is here currently, who has been here, I mean, you won't hear it if you just have been here and are not currently here, but thanks for tuning in. I hope to start streaming more again. Well, bye bye.